Welcome to Spirit Art Life. Tonight we're going to be doing Dead by Daylight Chaos Shuffle, I guess. We'll probably do some of that and some regular, I don't know. Maybe some killer, maybe some survivor. We'll see who joins us. Let's go ahead and get started. What the friends we have on for some reason. One friend. Let's see what rituals we have. Rite of the Dredge, Wild Dance, Rite of the Artist. Let's do Rite of the Artist. Yeah, pull my chair up. That's too low. Boy. Hope everyone's having a wonderful night tonight. I myself am having a quite stressful night. So hopefully this gets better, or it makes it better. Let's see, increase ammo pulls, haunting, recharge. Oh wait, we're gonna do artist, not spirit. Okay, let's go to the artist. Some good stuff here. Real quick. Man, what a day it's been. So, we need to pick a challenge. Well, you know what, we could do this one and finish this off, since we have, how many days? 6 days left? And then we can go back and finish that one. So what's this one? Kill the obsession 2 times by any means. This one is decrease the length of the time the artist's movement slows when diacrones take flight. When a survivor affected by diacrones completes a repel action, they are afflicted by exposed status effect for 3 minutes. What other one do we have? This one. I'll just go with what we've got. Sounds fine to me. Maybe I can level her up again. Not enough time. Not enough time. I hope you're all having a good night. Nobody's actually in here yet, but... Mm. Why do we only have one? Interesting. There we go. So I'm not starting out with the Chaos Shuffle, but we will pick up with that soon. You're a clever little one, aren't you? There we go. What the heck did it hit? Really? Why am I not seeing it? You've got to be kidding me. Oh, there it is. No, it's not. Nope, that's bad lineup though. Nice forge hook. You tried. I'll give you credit for that. You tried. Let's take you to a forge hook over here too. Alright, let's put the show on. Come on. You're making me chase you too much, dude. All of you are really heavy chasers, aren't you? How did I miss that? There they are. Damn. I'm totally out of practice from playing Claire. It's so bad right now. Got you. Let's go. it's you. Ooh, he managed to dodge. Where did he go? Gotcha. You are the obsession. You have to die either way, dude. My dude, I'm sorry. I wish that I could let you go, but you have to die either way, and you're also gonna have to go to the sword ship over here because you have to die quickly. Did he go down? No, yeah, there he is. Well, he's got the thingy to make him jump him. That's okay, that's why he's obsession. Come here, you. We'll just put you right back up. Two left. Oh, she's not there. That's okay. Ah, there you. Got you. Come on, come on. Where are you hiding? There you are. There you are. Totally out of practice. It's still okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Oops. For goodness sakes. I can't even type the word time right this second. I'm trying to type time on my phone. There. Let's go ahead and level up the artist to level 3 real quick. I don't think we even got one, but we got one. Damage a survivor with the dire crows. They kept clearing them before you'd hit them a single time. That's the problem. Hard to damage somebody when you keep clearing them. I might need to go and change my batteries real quick. I will be right back if that is the case. Alright. Let's see. I thought about not doing Dead by Daylight tonight, but I was like, well, I couldn't really decide what else to do. There was a bunch of games I want to play. Like, some of those days I couldn't see one. I was like, well, I can play some Killer at least, and I haven't played Killer in a while. We might switch up games here in a little bit, though. Hey, we're about to level up. Woohoo! We have a level 3 artist. Did you buy? But he needs 2 batteries. I know to get one right now. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go change my batteries. Hey, Dummy! I have a few other things to play. I couldn't make up my mind, and I was like, it was getting late, and I was late even getting started, so I didn't really have time to go through them. But I do have some new games, so I've got quite a few actually. Let me go. Here, let me switch my screens real quick so you can see. And I didn't get to do my horror games this weekend, so if I'm going to do that, I want to kind of finish this thing that I have to do on Dead by Daylight, but that's when I was going to switch over if I did. So I have to finish there's 6 days left in the current tome, and I wanted to finish that out, but it's not a hard one. I've already got half of it done, so let's see. So where is the other light? There we go. That's better. Now I can see. So new games wise, I've got so many. I've got Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori Will of the Wisps. It's not
Who's that Pokemon?
What was that? Who played that? I missed who did it. Hold on, Finn. Hey, no, that's not Finn. Who did that? It must be Repo then. So I've got that, and I've got these strange games that like Happy Game, Creeks, Samorost, and they're like different sort of games. They're like trippy looking games, I guess, where like artistic sort of games. Let's see. I've got Hazing Night Shift. I've not played that one yet. Ghost Whispers, Panic Core. Oh my gosh, I've got Forever Skies. I haven't played Subnautica. I've got so many freaking games that I haven't played yet. I'm trying to see the ones that I just bought, but like... There we go. All games, alphabetical, release date, let's try that. That should give me a better idea. We've played Unpossessed. Repo, Headliners, Paranormal Shift, Cabin Factory Resort, but that's like a multiplayer game. Hunt Me was terrible. We tried that one. Wait, Beyond Handwell, I have that one. I have Silent Still, I have not played that one. Let's see. Amazing Night Shift. The Bridge Curse 2, The Extrication. Sorry, I've just been like collecting games, but like some of these are Bill's games, so I'm trying to skip over the ones that are not actually games that I purchased. And I still don't think I'm seeing them all for some reason. There's kids games, like it's all because we're on a family thing. It's like all of them are showing here. Confabulation. That's a new one that I haven't played. Played Paranormal Cleanup. The Stanley Parable. Happy Game. There's so many here. And this is why in my panic I was like, oh, I have the Lucius games. I don't even know what that is. Smoke and Sacrifice. That's from my family Steam library. One of the kids must have bought that because I have no idea what that is. It looks like a kid's game. Anyway. Lucius 2, Lucius 1, Botanicula? Botanicula? I don't know. It's one of those weird games again. Limbo, I've never played that one. Darkfall, Lost Souls. Mechanarium, Samfrost, those are some of the weird games that were like having a special thing. I don't know. I've not ever played the Stanley Parable. Should I do that one after I finish this? There's so many others, but like it's just there's so many games and I'm trying to like run through them real fast to see which ones are the ones that I have that I haven't played yet. Beyond Handwell is really new and I haven't played that one. Silent Still is also pretty new. It was October 2024, but I still have not played that one. Wait, or did I play that one? Is that not the one? Oh yeah, I have played that one. So I did play that one. That was the sleep paralysis one. Date added to library. There we go. That'll do it. Okay, now that helps a lot. Yeah, there's 3 Lucius games there. Yeah, we can check out the Stanley Parable after this. I have like the 2 of the 3 Ori games. And then I have here, let me switch, this will be much easier. Let me make that transition. Here we go. So, from here, most of these are really new games. They're all games I bought in recent months. So there's the Ori Blind Forest, and Ori Will of the Wisp, The Outlast Trials, Ghost Watchers. There's a second half of Karma that I want to try one of these days. These three or these 5, 6 right here were like a package deal, and they went for money to help support Ukraine. I think I got them all for really cheap, but they're like super artistic or whatever. And then we've got Hazing Night Shift. I want to say that's kind of a... Hold on, let me go to the store page. Eek. I think this is kind of an anomaly, sort of police officer named Stanley. It was his first night on duty. Or maybe it's just like played like it's a movie. I don't know. Anyway, it's a newer game. Do we really go all the way back out of the organization? I had the address library. Now show all games. No. There. So there's Lucius. I got all those recently. Playing because my children's. That's my husband's. Obviously played these right here. Beyond Hanwell is new, and I haven't played it yet. This one, The Bridge Curse 2, The Extrication, Forever Skies. I haven't played any of those yet. I have so many things I want to play, and all these are not mine, so... I haven't played that, but I think that is the 3D... Not Lockdown Protocol, Burned. Or Buried. This is a 3D... What do you call it? The thing I put on my head so it's like I'm in the world. I can't think. VR. Jeez, my brain will function today. I haven't finished Banishers yet. I haven't finished, actually. I'll have a little bit of Quiet Place left to go. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I haven't actually played that yet. I've had it a while. I haven't played this yet, or that. So, Reveal or In Sound Mind. Have I even played this? I haven't. I don't know if I actually, No, yeah, I played 6.1 hours. I think I played that one with Dio and Frecky during the daytime. I don't know. I have so many flipping games. It goes on forever and ever and ever. Not all of these are mine again. Some of these are the kids, some of these are mine, but most of the horror games you see are mine. Some of the survival games you see are mine. But I can borrow just about any of these from anybody. But alright, so we'll go ahead and finish this up. And then we'll switch over to something else. I don't know. Whether it be Stanley Parable or something else. We're going to check out something else after this, because I'm just not totally in the mood to play DVD all night, I don't think. But I do want to finish this before... So let's see. What I need to do now is kill the obsession 2 times by any means, so I gotta do it one more time. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Let's go ahead and ready up and get going now. I know you have way more than I do. And mine is like the out of 2 kids and 2 adults too, so. Repo, the only reason we know it's you is because you're not listed when you do those, and you do them, and even if they're random or new, we haven't heard them yet. You're not listed on the side in the activity feed. That's how we know it's you. Okay, Reaper. Maybe you should come play with me sometime. I don't know much about the Stanley Parable, only that I've heard from a few people that they really enjoyed the game. So I haven't ever seen anybody play it. I know absolutely nothing about it. I got it because it was on sale, and people said that they really enjoyed the game, that enjoyed games that I generally enjoy. So I don't know. We shall see. I'm kind of curious to see what it's all about anyway. Man, they're gonna start me in the basement and start everybody else upstairs. Oh, shoot! Really? Just gonna run around the building? Hey, oh, thank you for the raid, Runa. I'm sorry. I heard that and my brain didn't click over. Welcome, raiders! I'm Spirit, this is Spirit Art Life. And right now I am trying to finish the end of this tome. And get this weekly, or this, what is it called? Ritual. Really? Are you really going around in a circle again, dude? Oh, okay. At least there's that. I have to get the most frustrating people in the world, right? Oh, it didn't make me drop him. Oh crap. Okay. I'll take that. That's already broken. Got you. why it didn't make me drop him earlier. That was weird. So what are you playing tonight, Runa? Now. You and your little Miss Flashlight. You can go have a hook. Hi there. Okay, we'll just take you over here to this one. The cool thing about Killer is you can face them pretty much the entire time you run. Got you. Got you again. All you have to do is say. I mean, flash me in the flashlight in the face as much as you have. You definitely want to die. And you aren't very good at running from this, so... Down you go. nice if that pop up a little bit faster. Just a little bit. No, you're going on a hug, sweetie. Sorry. I am not in the be nice mood. I'm in a very, very grumpy mood right now, actually. And there is no niceness left. Just grump. No niceness left, just grump. Unfortunately for you. Yeah, it's not done yet, but there's a lot more stuff that happened today that was very heartbreaking. I have to get the freaking obsession. I don't see her here, and there's only one gen left to finish. And I don't care if they win, but I don't want her getting away. So let's go back down there, because I'm sure she's back on that gen down there. Nope. Wasn't the right one, but they got it done anyway. I don't care about you, but you're gonna be my bait. Okay, perfect. Come here. Where'd she go? I wanted to do the freaking thing. Oh, I still got her. I didn't knock her down out of my arms. How did I not realize that? There you are. You're the only one I want. That was the only one I wanted, and I still messed it up. Shouldn't have tried to go around the building and be smart. I thought they had the other door open, though, not that one. My bad. One more time. Did I get the ritual done at least? I don't think so. I meant to. Oh my goodness. A minority liberal government yesterday. I understand why she's grumpy. No, definitely has nothing to do with that. I do love our kitchen, though. proposed other stuff that I shall not discuss on stream. I don't think Runa ever told us what she was playing, did she? Where are you at again, Repo? Are you in Canada? You know, Canada had the election yesterday. I haven't honestly. I haven't had so much going on. I haven't been paying attention like I normally do to world events. So, I know there was an election in Canada yesterday. Remember hearing a little bit about it, but I actually haven't paid attention or know anything that's actually going on or like there right now. Canada. Yes, you are in Canada. Okay. I don't know. It's better than a fascist party. I shouldn't have said it on stream. Excuse me. I'm gonna be quiet now. Oh, man. Matt, really? Did you really do that? Okay. So we got one right here, and we got one over here. He just came running right in front of me and I missed them. How did I manage to miss her by like the tiniest amount again? Actually down here yet? Holy crap, that's new. This one's a hard one to play like this because you've got to like... You've got the upstairs and the downstairs. is incredibly frustrating to do like this. Really? Where do you think you're going? I don't think so. Bad choice, guys. Bad choice. Really? There we go. Brave Sawyer! This is my obsession. Finally, we found the obsession. Alright. Make my heart happy in the most weird way possible. I'm glad they got along though, because that would have been a crappy way to get on. You're the only one that has to die today. I could go right back after Leo, but I feel bad for doing that, so let's just go after her instead. I'll go back after Leo in a minute. Really? That's a really interesting sound she's making. Oh shoot, I hit the push. My mouse went too hard and I hit the push. Alright, finish it. What, honey? Oh, they missed. Oh, good one. They must have changed the others so they don't have to have the things on them anymore. You hit them with 2 in a row. One more gen left to go. Found one. Did it hit him? Apparently not. I just somehow missed that. Death hook, sorry dude. There we go, we did it. That might have been a bit grumpy. And a bit on the mean side, but I am not feeling terrible right now. Where's the other one? Why am I not seeing the other gate? It's gotta be back there. It's right here. There you go. Damn. Boom, we did it that time. And we did this. Alright, game rewards. Alright, now that we finished that. Let's go ahead and switch games. Let's go check out. Well, do I even download? I think I have it downloaded. Let's see if I have Stanley Parable downloaded first. I do not. So let's install it. It shouldn't take long, and while I'm changing the titles and all that mess, we can... YouTube title. Why did I spell Dead by Daylight on YouTube with 2 eyes? That's crazy. Alright. And let's change. Oh, it's downloaded. That was quick. And I need a new photo for it, so Stanley images. I have no idea what I'm in for. It looks like a boring game, except for there's some interesting pictures that make no sense to me, so... I straight up have no idea what I'm getting into, so let's go ahead and end Dead by Daylight. Oh, I need to change the actual name on this one too. The only tip I can give you is listen to the narrator and just decide what you want to do. Done. Alright, well let's check it out and see what we've got going on here then. The current time? That's weird. I need to make the thing visible to you guys. Hold on. Ever the end is near.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the meeting room? Is that the meeting room? Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What happens if we enter the door on the right? But I don't like this. What happens if we go in the door on the right?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I guess we click here and go. No, if we walk in there, we're gonna die. I don't get it. If we walk in that thing, we're gonna die because that's all that's there. Like. But you can't jump anyway. I got an invitation or like a achievement for trying to jump even though I didn't really try to jump. Okay, I don't know what we do here. We climb up the walls? Or are we just trapped here forever? Oh, okay. You do go in it then. Interesting that I got a thing for like trying to jump even though I didn't jump.
Descending deeper into the
when I got
building,
in it was
Stanley
fine.
realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Hold on, I gotta deal with this real quick. 1 second. So it said the achievement I got was you can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape or mind control facility? Do we go to escape or do we go to the mind control facility? But... what do you guys think? Escape or mind control facility? Hey, Solus, welcome in! What do you guys think? Escape or mind control? I need an eek, I don't know. I'm not good at decisions, damn it. Oh no, what do I do? I want to know what both of them do, but I can't know what both of them do. So I guess maybe this first time we play, we go through... okay, escape? Okay, we'll do escape. Let's go.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Can we go back? Wait, which way is back now? I'm confused. I turn around too fast.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Do I just go all the way, you think? Let's go all the way. Okay, we're going all the way. We can redo this. This wasn't that far.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Should I go for it? Or should I walk back? Let's go for it.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh, here we go. Squish. Really?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
This is crazy. What the hell? This is so crazy. Welcome in, Doctor. Thank you for the biddies.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
So that was an ending to the game. That's hilarious. Where are we going? There we go. It just started. Like, we just ended it a little early.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, this is the ultra deluxe version. What happens if I go through the right side, though? Did I do it? Or do we go back the left way and then go to the mind control room this time? Do it? Okay, let's do it.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
It makes
But
you go
eager to
either
get
way.
back to
This is
business,
hilarious.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fine.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't
This is
healthy,
hilarious.
so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
This is fantastic. Hey, Theo and Hey Mark songs. This is great.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
But what if I hit up? I should hit up this time and see what happened if I hit up. Oh well, too late.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire
Dalton,
life
welcome in. I missed you
utterly
too.
blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Did I really should have hit
Yes.
all?
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been
Did I
freed
beat the
from
game
the
again?
machine's grasp?
Do I have to do it
What
again a
other
different way
mysteries
now?
did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
I'm so confused.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Oh, that's sad.
This
I'm
was
sorry.
exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Another achievement, beat the game, complete Stanley Parable. So now we have to go back in and do everything opposite of what we're supposed to do, I guess.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go.
This is so crazy.
All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
damn Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Why do I want to...
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
I tried pressing any other button, but it doesn't do anything. I have no choice but to press
I suppose
G.
I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see.
This time we're going to turn the mind control
Maybe
thing
this
on and see what
time.
happens.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Alright, let's go to the mind control room and turn it on.
All of
this
his
time.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a
It never
staircase,
went down.
Stanley
Hold on.
walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
I'm in a
And
circle
as Stanley
now.
pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by
This is
Stanley,
weird.
who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Of course.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Wow.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people
This is so
whose impressions
crazy.
of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Alright, turn mind control on this time and see what happens.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
I don't know if there is any way that this
Stanley
game
walked straight
ends up
ahead
with
through the
him
large
living.
door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, I guess the one where we got out did.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been
chill.
manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it.
Cat,
He
stop.
couldn't accept it. His own
Oh,
life
Cat,
in
stop.
someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
Go.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
What happens if we go down
And as
here?
the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the
Nothing.
controls once and for all.
Why is there a 5 there? What does the 5 do? Also, there's another button up there and one over there. Maybe what if we hit all the oh well, we'll do that another time. I want to turn the mind control on this time and see what happens.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke.
Well, I don't think there's any surviving
me,
this one.
I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
That's that. We're dead. I've got to say that this is the damn weirdest game.
All of his
I have
co-workers
ever
were
played.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oops.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Here's the door, just go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Everything. I can't think of anything that I haven't done yet.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
One, two. I think 3 was over this way, right? I don't think it makes a difference, but I'm gonna try it anyway. 3. Can't go up. So I guess this way is only just going out then. There's nothing else we can do. Sure, well, give me a hint, because I would like to make it do something other than either be blown away again or... the moving platform. This one out here. Oh, at the 2 doors, you have to take the right one. Okay. Fine, we'll get out the good way this time, because that seems to be the fastest way.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation. Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
So, go through the right door. We shall go through the right door.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
In this room? I don't see anything like that in that room, so I'm guessing this room.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
We did this one already, didn't we?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone
This
you've
takes
been
me back to the
neglecting,
wife
Stanley.
thing.
Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yeah, I think as far as I can tell, I think we've done just about everything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open
Hush,
door on
kitty.
his left.
No, don't climb on me. I don't know.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Maybe. Okay, what do we do? Lead me here, Repo. Let's see what this other option is. I'm curious. I gotta know all of the options. If you can get, like, there's a place you can walk into it, it looks like. I'll have to start the path again? Okay. Let's see if we can do the other thing.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about... Really? I
we
was
go.
in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Should we go through the red door? Well, we might have to do this twice to see what both doors do. First, let's follow him and see what happens if we walk through the red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here.
This is
Yes.
neat. I'm glad we
it's
found this
beautiful,
one.
isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Henry, welcome in. Oh, look. It gets better. Alright, I think we gotta move on, right? Can't stand here forever. What happens after the green, though? Let's see what happens after the green, and then we'll move on. Ooh, it's turning red. Wait. Is it gonna, like, form words? It almost looks like it's gonna form words. Maybe I'm crazy. It's probably one of my favorite ones, though I'm hesitant to leave because I like it. It's very pretty. Is it gonna end now? It's gonna end now. We may have to go anyway. Yeah, I think it's gonna end now. That's the end of it. Oh no! Oh, it's not at the end of it. I guess it's gonna keep going forever.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You know. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
That was morbid. Alright, let's go.
All
So
of
what
his
do I need to do,
co-workers were
Repo?
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New Hand, welcome. Thank you, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Wow, words all tried to come out at one time. Everybody, if you have not following New Hand, go give him a follow. We're checking out the Stanley Parable. We played some Dead by Daylight earlier. Let me switch to Stanley Parable. I think I might have missed what... Repo, did you tell me what to do? Because you said that there was a thing that we could do. There are so many paths. Go to the boss office, enter and exit as fast as you can from the office going back towards the start. Okay, so do I go through the left then? The left door? Because you said at first to go through the right door. So you go through the left door then? Also, Newpan, what were you playing tonight? It's crazy. It's completely crazy, Newpan. I am a little bit like... I have done a lot of laughing and a lot of, wow, that was very morbid, and a lot of, holy crap, what the hell is happening? New content. There's a new content. There's a new content door. Wait. The doors
When
aren't
Stanley came to a set
Okay.
of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This way? Like that? I can't go back out though. Or do we have to go actually in the office? So do we walk all the way in or do we walk out now? Okay, this is the actual office, so I guess we walk to here anyway. There we go. It flashed. I don't know what happened. Why are they shooting a panda? Business strategy. Hold on. We go up or down? Down, I guess? We go up. What were you playing, New Panda? I don't think you told me. What were you playing? This is a forever long elevator. Okay, New Pen. Thanks so much for the raid again. Trust me, your community. I appreciate you being here and get some rest. Okay. To be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life would be to have to pick just one. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. We can't go back this way. It won't open there. But maybe if we go in the elevator and hit the down button this time to get out. Nope. It's not taking us back. Looks like all it did was open the bathroom. It won't let me go back towards the beginning. It'll let me hop in the elevator, but it just leaves me here. I am the most expensive boss. I'll try again.
Here's the door.
Here we go. Yay, it opened it. Okay, I needed to go a little further in. Interesting. So we're going back towards the room. Can't open that one. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay floor 760. The narrator has just gotten quiet. This game is so freaking weird, man. $7.59 and $7.60 as soon as we get through here. Escape pod launch bay. Alright then.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
We need to go back to that other one and do that one too, but let's check out the new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Well, I didn't go through the red door. I need
The
to go through
Stanley
red door
Parable
still.
Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
No more jumps? So they added jumps in the game just for you to be able to do a jump.
Surely
36
that's not
jumps
all
in the
the
jump
new
circle.
content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Really? That's it? So that's all the new content? That's crazy. I never played the original, so I don't know, but, no, everything looks different. What? No, it's all new. I may not be able to do the old content
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Je suis
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
Good night,
"Where so
Stanley.
many
Thank you
games
so
that
much for
aspire to be
being
more
here.
than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now, a lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
What's down there?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time
That's crazy.
collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Oh, I guess if I had jumps, maybe I could jump over that and go into the serious room. Well, now I might have to start over and get my jumps
These
back.
were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be
Oh, this
bothered
is
to play this
funny.
game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
This is fantastic.
Funny.
Oh my gosh.
Trying to be funny? I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I... What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so... Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the... Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed. The end is never the end, 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 is never the...
Hey, it's breaking. Can we get out now? No. There we go. Well, that was wild. We saw the new content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content. We'll go there in a minute.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... But in his eagerness to prove that he's in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job,
Stanley.
Too
early.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Hold. I kind of wish I could go back through the original new content and see if I can save those jumps. I don't think you can. I think you can just jump while you're in the circle.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
We haven't gone through the blue door yet. We have to see the blue door.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Already done that one.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Nope, that's too loud and annoying. No thank you.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay. This is so weird.
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric... Hold on, what are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. You still have so much.
The hell have we gotten into now? Where are we? This is our office.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own
have
story,
not.
well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Wait, are we going for 7? There's the new content door. I think we've done everything that was, so let's go check out the new.
Oh, good.
At least that I
You
know
noticed
of.
my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is
definitely
why
a wordy
I'm
game.
very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
You
I
are the
figure
sequel.
that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Well, take me to the show floor and let me see then. Oh, there.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
I don't want to. I want to move on.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are. I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
No. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for a shout out. And for the raiders, welcome in, raiders. I am Spirit. This is Spirit Art Life, and we are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe for the first time. Any Stanley Parable for the first time. I never played the first one, so until today. Thank you for the raid. What were you playing tonight? No screenshots? It doesn't do anything if you do a screenshot. I was hoping it would. Jump circle.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever and when you... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
So wrong. I got excited for another achievement, but no achievement for me. This is my first time playing it, so...
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I don't know. What is this one? Collectibles? I haven't seen collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
We fly forward or something? Yeah, we're moving forward, okay. Wait, can we go back in? Darn it.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Infinite hole. Let's hold off on the infinite hole. The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Or you could give me more jumps. Add. So we've got the infinite hole. The reassurance bucket? Okay, let's go see what this is.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket,
I
a
thought I was
sense
supposed
of
to reuse them all.
calm ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the
Why am I
face of
running by
crushing
just holding the
despair,
right
must already
button?
be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they?
Not
All this
really.
and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Do I have to hold it forever? Like there's no way to put it down? Alright then. We're taking the bucket with us.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Because you're saying do the endless hole? Or infinite hole, yeah. Wait, what's this?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Wow.
Or actually,
Alright.
maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
That was so bratty. Oh, cool. Let's go to the infinite hole now. with this stupid bucket in hand that there's no way to put down. But I can walk by just right-clicking with it in my since it's in my hand, which is really weird. I can like mostly control this entire game with just my mouse.
Here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done
How
before in a
deep can
video
we
game.
dig?
This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom.
Every
yes, I know,
pause
I told you
button
the
is
hole
a
was
Roman
infinite,
numeral
but come
2.
on. Who actually wants to fall forever?
Just the
hole
two
was
of us.
plenty
We
deep.
can make it if we
was more
try.
than deep
Just the
enough,
two
in
of
my
us.
opinion. Maybe it's you
funny.
who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
Meeting at 2 p.m.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some
Men
things
mug.
we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up. Oh, for heaven! You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lies. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch.
This is so much fun.
Who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I hit the teleport button.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Really?
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's
Aw,
a win
I don't
for
wanna
everyone.
die in the hole.
You
Let me
get to
out.
be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
It's really not gonna let me out of the stupid hole. Oh, it's moving down. No. I know you can't see me right now because my camera's not on today, but I am like dancing over here while I'm changing perspective.
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later. All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping him coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door. Just go.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy. I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about
Oh my god, I've been speaking on the mic
Stanlerines?
this whole
Yes,
time.
I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Sorry. I totally did not know that I was... Red room. There should be... Or I think I got the one in here, didn't I? This is the red... No, I didn't get the one in the red room. And it wasn't in here. Yeah, there's not one in here. Okay. I got one, I think, somewhere nearby here. Is there one in here? I got one in there, didn't I? I don't know. I don't want to go back and do that again, though.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Okay,
Yes,
we're gonna go down.
this is certainly the most logical
right?
explanation.
This is not where we get to choose that. Okay, we're gonna go to the escape exit this time. Maybe there's one there.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket
Thanks,
is here for you,
everyone.
Stanley.
I totally don't know how I missed
Everything
the
will be
muting.
fine.
Did you guys hear when
Stanley
I
and the
was like
bucket walked
trying to
straight
make my
ahead through
cross
the
chat
large
work?
door
Was
that
I here
read
then?
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Well, no bucket here. Or no figurine here, just death.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, The bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Hey, maybe it's here? We have one here somewhere?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
It's this way. This is so silly.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. I am enjoying the game. It's a lot of fun. This game is great. Yay, bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
That was really weird. That's funny. Alright, what was the number we needed to look
All
at?
of his co-workers were gone.
There's another number,
What could it mean?
It was
Stanley
in the
decided to go to the meeting room.
office.
Perhaps he had
413
simply
maybe?
missed a memo.
Wait, I need to grab the bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and
I didn't
entered
see
the
a
door on his left.
413. Now I don't know which number it was. Now we're gonna have to go again to figure out which number it's supposed to be. There's 413. Maybe it wasn't 413. I don't know what number it was though. So we're gonna have to go back and look again. We need probably the red and blue doors again. 416. I was 3 off. 416. Large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue. Oh, while we're here, we might as well do the closet again. With the bucket.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
Cross-chat
This
stopped
is your
working,
bucket.
guys. I don't
This
know
is
if
your
you heard all
companion
that.
and lifelong
It
friend.
stops working after like
Can't hand it
300
over.
messages or whatever.
No. We're getting into
some
name-calling
reason?
now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared
So
together.
silly.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Alright, is that it? Okay.
Okay,
Let's
I've
go
come into a
downstairs.
staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Hey, we found one.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small
wasn't
number in the
done.
corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I can't go back anyway. Oh well.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that
I was
risk?
wondering if it would do
All
anything
because
if I
he
hit the door
believed
thing again.
everyone had
No.
vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious,
It was so
he
silly.
exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him.
Stanley!
Yeah, I'm gonna get off soon. I'm almost done with this.
The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
That's totally different than the last
This is
time.
the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
So I guess each of the endings is going to be different with the bucket, right? We're 16 this time. Don't let me forget
Just
the
a
bucket.
step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That's new.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
We're 18. But I can't go in for 16.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you
This
to
is a
do.
room with boxes.
Stanley did
We
not
can go
question
that way.
why or
I see
how
it.
this bucket was speaking to him. It
Oh, I
should have
see it.
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
We're gonna go do one of these other endings, and then I see where to get the other one from.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Oh, wait,
Stanley,
that's
how could
right,
you
we
think it
can't
was
do the red
okay
and
to
blue
bring the
doors with the
here?
bucket.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know
Okay,
what...
hold on. Let's go get the other one by the side, in the box room.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this... Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes, go there. Go to the cargo lift.
How do I get up there? Oh, I see.
getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Yes, there's... Wait, there's something this way. Oh, we haven't found this before.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
Is a bucket.
Dear What's that?
There's more.
No. Who's there? Camporata.
What just happened? Okay, can I do that ending without the bucket? Because if so, that's one of them I
Stanley
missed.
had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Alright, we need to figure out where the last one is. I don't know what else we can do. So we gotta find where the last figurine
The
is.
good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I can't think of anywhere else to go to get the final bucket.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Let's see what the hint
And so
is
the
for
two of
the
them
final
detoured through
bucket.
the
Wait,
maintenance
what's
section
this?
and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I haven't done this yet, I don't think. If I have, I don't remember. It's been so long.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
But I don't want to put my bucket in.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
You couldn't put it in anyway. Alright. Where is the last one at, then? I have no clue.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
I don't know.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I can't. I mean, there's the ending where we set off the nuke thing again by doing the mind control thing. But I don't see how that's going to give us the bucket when the other one didn't give us the bucket, but maybe. Or not the bucket, the figurine. When the other one didn't give us the figurine. I have no idea what to do for the final one, so... And that's a pretty long ending. Somewhere both red and blue. I don't know where somewhere both red and blue is. Be on a chair, but you won't be able to enter with the bucket. So I can't enter with the bucket. Okay, last one should be on a chair, but I won't be able to enter with the bucket. So let's...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in.
So we gotta end really quickly then, so we can go do the other one. This is the quickest ending I know. Oh no, it's not. This is not the quickest ending I know. We go this way. I don't know why I always thought this was just a fall, but it's not. It's the one where I have to climb stairs. No, actually, we can just begin again. Let's just begin again. No bucket. Not getting the bucket this time. Okay, have a good day. I'm gonna go to bed here soon. I'm just trying to get the last figurine and then I'm gonna go to bed.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
No,
he
wrong
entered
way.
the
I went the
door on
wrong
his
way.
left.
Darn it.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Quit.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So there is that thing too, so that's another ending you can do without the bucket.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
I'm assuming it's here where the red and blue rooms are.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on you.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God, you are willing to listen to me.
Room again,
do you see that I
we'll
really
hang out here
have
while
wanted
I
you to
find
be
somebody
happy
to
all
raid
this
and end the stream
time?
for the night.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Alright everyone, thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and find somebody to raid. I will keep playing this while I do. If you're watching on YouTube, please like, subscribe, comment on the video. It really helps with the algorithm, and make sure you hit the bell notification to know the next time I go live. And again, subscribe please. I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube. I have my watch hours. I just need my subscribers. It would help me out a lot. Hope you all have a great night. And for my Twitch people, make sure you hit the follow button. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you totally for being here. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this. This was great. This was a total great... I'm glad that I switched games. So I've been streaming... You know it's bad because I've been streaming for like 5 hours on a Tuesday. So we're near 5 hours at this point, and I never do that. So let's go ahead and see who we can raid real quick. If you are a subscriber, please copy and paste this when we raid. I'm gonna do that real quick before I go looking for a raider, somebody to raid. If I can get my thing to work right. Alright. Spirit raid, spirit raid, spirit raid. Alright. And if you are not a subscriber, if you are a follower, please copy, or just watching, please copy and paste this. If you haven't hit that follow button, make sure you do, because I love and appreciate each of you, and it really truly helps me out. We keep reaching goals, and it is wonderful. So there is the one for people who are not subscribed on Twitch. So let's go ahead and see who we've got to raid today while this continues to go. There's nobody playing this right now, so we cannot raid somebody. We're just gonna have to raid somebody that we are following. We've got... Or we could raid somebody completely new too. If you guys have suggestions, I can see them. I will... I'm looking, guys. I'm looking. At least you get to look at the really cool background while I'm looking.
Streamer, look at chat. Look at chat, streamer.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to look back to look at chat. What's up? Okay. Raid suggestion, Terran Rogue. Okay. Let's see. Terran Rogue, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Sure, why not? Alright, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Make sure you show this person some love, and I will see you guys tomorrow night to finish off the last bit of Planet Crafter and build our mega base. And that is what we're doing. We have one more ending and build the mega base. That's all we're doing tomorrow night. I hope you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everybody! Oh, wait, we've got 10 seconds because I didn't hit the raid button. It always ends up that way. Alright. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. This was an awesome